Good morning. We will go ahead and resume the meeting of the Imperial County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, February 6th. At this time, I would like to ask that the clerk of the board do a verification roll call.
Good morning. Supervisor Jesus Eduardo Escobar, District 1.
Good morning.
Chairman Luis Antonio Plancarte, District 2.
Good morning here.
Supervisor Michael Kelley, District 3.
Here.
Supervisor Ryan Elliott Kelley, District 4.
Here.
And Supervisor John Hawk, District 5.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum. This time, I'd like to ask Pastor Chris Nunn from Christ Community Church to come up to the microphone for an invocation. I'd also ask Supervisor Hawk to lead us in the pledge.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
One of my heroes of the faith is Moses, a man by the name of Moses. And Moses was called radically by God to lead the children of Israel into the promised land. And there was a moment in his life where he was confused and he said, God, you've called me to do this incredible, amazing thing, but you haven't told me how I'm going to accomplish this just yet. And the Lord responded to Moses and he said this, he said, my presence will go with you and I will give you rest. And Moses responded with this, he said, if your presence doesn't go with me, God, just don't lead me from this place. I'd rather stay right where I am, where your presence is, than even receive the promises of God. And on behalf of the faith community, I want to thank all of you for serving the community this way. Really, you've called to lead these people, just as Moses led his people. And so I'm going to ask just a blessing and an anointing of his presence, his spirit, over you as you enter into this meeting today. Let's bow our heads together. Father, what a blessing it is to be able to intercede and to enter into your presence and ask your blessing, your favor upon these men, these women, Lord, in our leadership, in our government, county government, Lord. They have many decisions to make today. Decisions that are going to be difficult, some hard, some unpopular. Lord, I pray that your presence would be with them just as your presence was promised to Moses. Lord, that you would give them the boldness, the courage that they need to make decisions that might not be popular, but are right, but are good, but are true in your eyes and in accordance with your heart, Lord, that they would seek your heart. Lord, that you'd give these men the ability to walk in your spirit so that they would not fulfill the lusts of the flesh. God, that the anointing would be upon them powerfully to make these decisions that will really govern our people and set course for policies. And Lord, that will invite your favor upon our community. And so, Lord, please just give them wisdom, give them courage, give them boldness, give them resolve. I pray, Father, for unity in this room. I pray, Lord, that you'd be with everyone who would step up to this podium. You'd help them to communicate their heart clearly, Lord, that this would be a place of peace today. Lord, we might have differences of opinion, but Lord, that still your presence would reside over this place. Lord, that you would be the cloud by day and the pillar of fire by night, leading this people, Lord. We trust you for this. We look to you now for guidance and leadership. Bless this this gathering now. Bless this quorum with your presence, with your spirit. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Join me in the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Nunn. Thank you, Supervisor Hawk. We will now move on to the public comment portion of today's meeting. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any subject matter within the board's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Any action taken as a result of public comment shall be limited to direction to staff. When addressing the board, state your name for the record prior to providing your comments. Please address the board as a whole through the chairman. Individuals will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Groups or topics will be given a maximum of 15 minutes. Public comment will be limited to 30. If additional time is required for public comment, they may be heard at the end of the meeting. Please remember to follow the public comment code of conduct. No profanity or obscenity, yelling or screaming, no slander or defamatory statements, no personal threats or attacks, no hateful or demeaning language based on hate of a person's race, religion, or sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, or disability. Respect all people that are present and or watching online, and obey the direction of the chair and the clerk of the board. Madam Clerk, I will let you coordinate any requests to speak that we may have.
Thank you. Pete Rodriguez?
Good morning, members of the board and audience. I'd like to thank Lindsay Dale, the elections director, for the training she provided last Thursday. It was very thorough and thoughtful, and I was very pleased with everything that's running very smoothly. My second comment is about your vote on lithium. Thank you, all 5 of you, for your decision. I dislike when individuals trying to stop economic progress in Imperial County because they're not being paid. Ask Luis Olmedo why he has said nothing about Waste Lake. There's obvious problems there. And I'll tell you why. Because there's no money in recreation. There's no money for him in his pocket for that. His office is in Brawley. He's never taken a look at it. Yet he wants to stop economic growth here in Imperial County that's going to do job creations for the residents of Imperial County. He doesn't care about the disadvantage. He just cares that his organization and his puppets care about lining their pockets in their so-called suit, I hope they're paid nothing, because they deserve nothing. Your hard work and determination for economic growth for residents is obvious for Imperial County and the people and the youngsters in our future down the road. I dislike an individual who also is in charge of pesticides. He doesn't check on them because his son works in farming. So when someone wants to say, yell and scream for, well, something wrong with our environment, it could go wrong, I need more studies. He doesn't do his homework all the time, only when it's convenient, only to line his pockets. Him and Eric Reyes are just want to be the puppet masters of you guys, and they're wrong, dead wrong. They're not environmentalists. We know there's problems with Waste Lake, and it's going to be fixed. There's an item on the agenda. So some progress is made, not as rapid as we would like, but it's been decades of not kept right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Next speaker is Jesus Solano.
Morning. Morning, Mr. Chair, Executive Director, and staff. Jesus Solano, 426 Roseland, Calexico. With all due respect, I am here to remind the Board of Supervisors of your responsibility. This board should have open communications with the citizens of this county. However, it should not let these nonprofit organizations like Comité Cívico del Valle, Imperial Valley Equity and Justice Coalition come in and try to bully and intimidate you as a board for doing your job. Olmedo, Comité Cívico del Valle, stated his goal is to install 40 charging stations here in the valley. First, they come in and request funding for supposedly an outreach within the community. And when they are questioned about their political involvement in support of some politicians in some of their protest behaviors, they feel offended and discriminated. They turn around and give the Attorney General a letter requesting the Department of Justice to start an investigation on violation of their freedom of speech. We believe it's your responsibility and you have the legal right to question them on how, where, and what are they investing these fundings. This board will have to answer to the state on any inquiring questions pertaining how this grant funding is invested in our community. You are also accountable to the rest of the citizens of Imperial Valley. We are talking about the taxpayers' money. First, Luis Olmedo, Comité Cívico del Valle, is in favor of supporting the lithium project. Then he is appealing against the project. Why is he doing this? It's because he is a mouthpiece of advocate for some of the environmental groups where he is double dipping, making a profit. As he continues opposing the project, he will continue to get paid by these groups. The other concern we have is they are registered under the status of 501c3, where it states very clearly to stay away from politics involvement. They should be registered under the status 501c4. The reason they don't do is because they want to continue abusing and circumventing the tax-exempt system in the IRS. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Maritza Hurtado.
Thank you very much, Maritza Hurtado. I am the leader of the recall effort in Calexico to recall our mayor, Raúl Ureña, and Gilberto Manzanares. We were successful in our first stage of the petition gathering, and now we have an election, a special election, on April the 16th. The reason I'm here is for a common denominator of the concerns with the speakers that just spoke to you and continually come here to speak to you is Ivy Equity and Justice, Comité Cívico. But today I'd also like to tell you about another person that you have come across here at the county, which is Alexis Castro. Alexis Castro is the first person who started Ivy Equity, and the concern here is that the county had a lithium contract that included Alexis Castro. Alexis Castro is a legislative aide for the offices of Steve Padilla. And the concerning part of that is that at the end of the day, when you actually did issue the lithium contract, Alexis Castro was eliminated from the contract. I find that interesting. Because around the same time, I'm going to say that this group, IV Equity and Justice, led by, at that time, Alexis Castro, was dealing with you and inserting himself, even though, like the previous speaker indicated, is that there's a lot of double dipping. And so it's really interesting to see that legislative aides are inserting themselves in county business. But your office did remove him and did ensure that your contract, your lithium contract, providing $170,000 to lithium, for lithium to IV Equity was handled without Alexis Castro in that contract. Now, you must know, and everyone must know, that there was also his involvement in Calexico and with our mayor, because our mayor and our councilmen also belong to IV Equity and Justice. What is IV Equity and Justice? It's a radical group that has shaped up ever since COVID here in the Valley and now believes that they're experts on everything. And that's very concerning because we know they are not. We do not see the proof of expertise in lithium or any of these other issues. The one issue I'd like for the county to be able to consider is what is it that's happening to Calexico and our ARPA funds. It is important to understand that this same group colluded with our mayor to be able to manipulate our ARPA funds. And what ended up happening is they manipulated $7.2 million of our ARPA money in Calexico with Alexis involved. The citizens of Calexico right now are very involved also in obtaining public information with regard to these activities in the background. And we really would appreciate if we can undo what Alexis Castro and IV Equity has been doing not only to the city of Calexico, but to the county as whole. And we must be warned of IV Equity and Justice and the cancer that they are to natural and focused citizen needs and not the ideologies of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hurtado.
Next speaker is Juan Ramirez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Juan Ramirez. I live in Dixieland. I submitted some pictures to explain what's the problem I got. So if you can give me a hand on these, give me a help. There's a bird on my property what is blocking the water flow when it rains and goes to the drain storm, causing me flood my property in my house. And the storm drain is on a Jeffrey Road and it's a railroad. And so that bird is blocking the water flow, so causing a lot of bushes grows on the right of way, damaging my fence. Trees are falling on top of the fence, destroying it and my property. And so I'd like to know what we can do. I don't know what to do. So if you can give me a hand on that, because it's getting flooded every time it rains is scaring what's going to happen, because somebody just blocked the natural flow of water to the drain, but it's supposed to share. So see the pictures on it. It shows what is the damage already got on my property. So actually,
So, Mr. Ramirez,
yes.
as you know, the Public Works Department has already gone and looked out at your
they're working on it,
facility.
their part.
It is something that is being worked on as we speak. Mr. Dale and Mr. Gay are here. I know Mr. Dale's been out there personally looking at your property, especially this week. So if you'd like to go ahead and continue to meet with them.
Yeah, matter of fact, they
so-
are working on it right now. Just don't try to make sure. But my concern is on the South Pacific right away. I already talked to them, but they are trying to. Mr. Dave already got the crew over there working on that, just flooding the bird. But the other part, which I don't know what to do with it because it's not the jurisdiction of the county. But in the meantime, as you know, it's causing a lot of damage and it's expecting a lot of rain, and the board is about 8 foot high. Like I said again, blocking the water, natural water flow to the storm drain. So.
Yeah, I understand, and I would continue to
Okay,
suggest that you
that's-
work with them, because You mentioned that a neighbor did a berm, and there are some things that we can and cannot do going into property. If it's the Southern Pacific right-of-way, there's also cross-agency permits and agreements that have to be done, and they have a tendency to take time. And so I'm sure that if you get with Mr. John Gay and Mr. David Dale, you'll be able to move forward. Not as fast as you would like, but like we said, it's already being worked on.
All right, no, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Kelley Chavez.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the Board of Supervisors support at our last Pioneers Day. We welcomed more than 2,000 community members to enjoy historical demonstrations and reflect on our county's proud heritage and agricultural past. I really want to especially thank you guys for considering our Community Phase 3 application. Those funds helped supported this event directly. We got ponies, we got a petting zoo, there was an alpaca llama mix in our petting zoo, so it was a really unique, special day for children and learners of all ages. I also want to thank Supervisor Hawk for joining us. That was our first time to have a couple of guest speakers, including Mayor Amparano, and we really appreciate your time coming in and speaking at our event. I'm coming here today to share. I've been at Pioneers Museum for about a year. I have absolutely fallen in love with the Imperial County community, and I see the pride in our community, and I see the possibilities of the museum.
Thank you, and I'm glad besides a llama, you were able to have a hawk out there.
And the last speaker I have is Tyler Brickenhoff.
Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to be able to speak today. My name is Tyler Brinkerhoff, and I am with the Imperial County Historical Society Pioneers Museum, along with Caitlin Chavez. She is the director, and I am the archivist there. And many people ask, what is an archivist, and what does an archivist do? So I am here today to share a little bit of how the archives at the Imperial County Historical Society share the heritage and the history and the development of the valley, starting back before it was founded and was part of San Diego County. And our records date back to those early times, which have been shared through various historians over the time. Elizabeth Harris, who our archives are named after, kept the records faithfully and diligently at the county courthouse, where they were protected before moved into our museum. And as an archivist, it is my responsibility to promote and preserve the heritage of Imperial County and to share these records with the public. And as I have been working at the museum for just over a year now, I have had the opportunity to do that. We have over 50,000 records in our archives, and prior to my job at the museum, none of those were available online. And now we have over 10,000 of those records available and searchable fully for the public, including over 6,000 photographs from a photographer named Leo Hetzel, who was influential in preserving the history of the valley from 1912 to 1950s. And we were able to preserve these records due to the volunteer efforts made by individuals over the many years. And so I appreciate the opportunity to serve as the archivist at the Imperial County Historical Society, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
That was the last speaker.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Okay, we'll go on to board member reports and announcements. We'll start with Mr. Ryan Kelley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a busy 2 weeks. So I got a chance to meet with GAFCON and the San Diego Regional grant application for the recompete, which is focusing on adult training for Imperial County. It's something that we've been awarded. We have a short turnaround to get another application in to be able to have access to about $50 million of quick adult training for technical and vocational skills in Imperial County. So it's a very big project that can have huge dividends. We had a joint meeting with the city of Calipatria and the city of Brawley talking about joint ventures where we could work together. I attended the tomato festival, so the tomatoes were imported this year, but hopefully we'll get some tomatoes back on the ground in the near future. We all, I believe, or the majority of us, got to attend the CTR groundbreaking. It was well attended with federal and state representation, and we all are encouraged to see that this development start with construction, to be able to see the new resource of energy and minerals coming out of Imperial Valley. But most importantly, we are striving to make sure that we have manufacturing come here as well. So any of those products that are coming from the brine of Imperial Valley, they're turned into cathodes and batteries that have a stamp that says Imperial County on it. I will say that I did see that the last time it rained, there was a public or a press conference with the Attorney General and some of our environmental justice community, and there was the focus was on Lithium Valley at the same time that we were celebrating a groundbreaking. The concerns that have been raised through the appeal and about how this is going to occur, shared with the Attorney General, and the Attorney General giving attention to it. I would like to take the opportunity, and I will follow this up with a letter, to remind the Attorney General that while he was here, Mexicali completely bypassed their sewer plant, and we got a complete deluge of all industrial and city waste into the New River. We have advocated to the previous Attorney Generals, Kamala Harris, and to our current U.S. Senator, but Alex Padilla, making them and asking them to take into court the U.S. federal government and the Republic of Mexico and the International Boundary Water Commission over this issue in Imperial County. We are a transborder waterway that is not being protected, and by treaty can be 30 times as dirty as the Clean Water Act of the United States. So we will remind the Attorney General that there is an ongoing environmental issue of significance to almost every community in Imperial Valley, and that if he is concerned about environmental justice, there's a river that runs through it. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Supervisor Kelley. Supervisor Mike Kelley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I also attended Hell's Kitchen, CTR, Lithium Valley groundbreaking ceremonies for their campus there. And I tell you what, that is going, and the county board has worked very hard to make this happen. And that's going to change the economical course of Imperial County, where it's been and where it's going. It's going to create a lot of well-paying jobs for future generations of Imperial County. It's going to be a dynamic tax base for Imperial County. So we're hoping for the best, and we assume the best that's going to happen as a result of our exploring of lithium in Imperial County. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelley. Mr. Escobar.
Thank you, Chair. I want to congratulate the newly minted Healthcare District Board members. I think it's important to step in the right process of getting our healthcare squared away and obviously moving in the right direction. So congratulations to all of the newly newly sworn in district members. I also want to share a couple things from SANDAG. I did attend the meeting last Friday, January 26th, so I'm happy to report that I've been named chair of the subcommittee, which is called Borders Committee. Given the fact that we are advisory members, it's a privilege for that appointment, and I'm very humbled that that they chose me for that assignment for the coming year. At the meeting, there was a presentation on. In fact, I pulled it up so I wouldn't get misquoted here. It was San Diego and Imperial County Sustainable Freight Implementation Strategy. And it was good information, and it was not co-authored, but worked on both by ICTC and SANDAG. I think the important thing here is they're missing some components that I asked them to revise or include, and that includes the potential for nearshoring, which is going to be one of the, along with lithium, hopefully the nearshoring aspect will also be an economic boom for our Imperial County. Obviously, you're looking at border wait times, not just for passenger traffic, which people that deal with border issues on a daily basis cross the border, but also for commercial truck traffic and the constant idling of truck vehicles, name it at the Otay Mesa Port of Entry or the Calexico East Port of Entry. So it is a very good report. I think it needs to be a little more robust, and I would welcome our CEO and our chair to entertain a presentation down the road once it is more fully completed and has more information attached to it. Item 35. You're good?
I'm getting his attention over there, not yours.
You got mine, dude.
Get busy.
Item 35 on the consent agenda, San Diego State University. We are sponsoring an activity for the student body. I am not a San Diego State alumni. In fact, I went to the competing school. I'm a Torero, not an Aztec. But I think as Imperial County residents, I think we should all be very proud of calling IBC and San Diego State University our alma maters, because they're part of our culture, they're part of our past, part of our present, and definitely part of our future. So I'm happy to report that I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish a 5K run, but I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. See what happens.
You can't take skates, you know.
Oh, you can't?
You
No,
can't take a bicycle.
I was thinking about a little scooter or something. Obviously, a shout out to our homegrown class of 1990, and she's probably going to slap me for saying that, Dr. Guillermina Gina Nunez, who is the current dean of our campus here in Imperial County. Two more shout outs. Chief Lancer, I think I saw you. Thank you for all the emails you send. This is not the first email or series of emails on a summer winter storm or event. So I was actually, I was up in the mountains, so I was very proactive in looking at your reports on a consistent basis. So thank you for all the information you share with us on a consistent basis. And my last shout out, Marilyn Donare recently got promoted, and I failed to congratulate her. She's usually here. failed to congratulate her, so I do want to put her on the spot and congratulate her for her recent promotion. With that, good to go. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I got a little update. I forgot to announce that I've established a CD Community Advisory Committee, and we'll be making an appointment today of 5 residents from the community of Sealy. And what they will do is we will have regular meetings. We'll get together with the community, with our departments from Imperial County, and discuss and try to resolve the issues that Sealy has been facing for many, many, many years. One of which is the drainage in front of the school, lighting throughout the community, because you walk out there in the middle of the night and it's pitch black dark. I've also sent a letter to our state senators and assemblymen, along with a letter to our federal senators and congressmen to seek assistance to assist the community into coming up to par with respect to health, safety, and welfare for that community and safety in the streets for the children. So we will probably be having our first Community Advisory Committee meeting in a few weeks, and I look forward to really working close with that community and all the department heads that will go with me to assist and answer questions that they may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kelley. Mr. Escobar, anything else?
Good to go. Thank you.
Mr. Hawk?
Good to go. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Caitlin Chavez and Tyler. Tyler, I'll forget your last name, but Pioneers Museum had a great event on Saturday. It was called Pioneer Day. And so the great thing about it, they had just everything that was a very family-friendly event, and it was awesome. So obviously my grandkids enjoyed it, and just a very good event. If you haven't been, make sure you try to go to that. And second of all, I'm very excited about the proclamation today about the National Marriage Week. And that's an event in everybody's life, or most people's lives, that it illustrates a covenant and a marriage bond. And so today, as we celebrate that, I'm excited that we'll read that covenant. I want to thank Chairman Plancarte for putting that in our packet today and enjoying that. But today you'll see a couple of things, that the National Marriage Week celebrates binding couples together. Number two, you see that in a marriage covenant that children flourish. And number three, our communities benefit. Why? Because it's a great design by our Creator. The family works. Second, I'd like to also be excited. I'm excited about celebrating Career Technological Education Month. So that many of you are here for that. And it's awesome that we can be a part of assisting in careers. And that can be done usually through our schools, through IBC, SDSU. And we've all committed that we want to provide jobs for Imperial Valley residents and for our young people. I think that's an awesome thing. Jobs and skills and placement right here in Imperial Valley. And so lastly, I'd just like to say that it's exciting to welcome the Calapat girls. And of course, they represent many, many families. So we're very family friendly, and we appreciate honoring and recognizing you for your outstanding achievements. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hawk. I guess over the last 2 weeks, it's been busy meetings. I'll start off with the Imperial County Transportation Commission, which happened a couple Wednesdays ago. I was honored by the members, which is representatives of each of the 7 cities in the community, County of Imperial, IID. I was elected as chair of that body, so I look forward to serving ICTC, SAFE, and LTA, which are 3 organizations that work back to back. The following night, I attended the dinner for the League of Cities. That's where the cities come together to plan and share some of the goals that have to do with everyday business that cities have in common. The next day, we were at CTR for the groundbreaking. I'm very, very happy to see our first project being approved that will be approved from the beginning to go forward and look forward at both geothermal energy generation as well as lithium extraction. We do have quite a few other geothermal plants in our community. that will eventually be adapted and modified to do the lithium extraction. But this is the first one where it really it's an all-inclusive design from the beginning. Attended the SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments, where I am vice chair of the Environmental and Energy Committee. Some good stuff going there forward. Attended the County Oversight Board, which looks at the old redevelopment agency dollars and how those are going to get used. As always, I met with met with multiple community members. Obviously, right now the time with the rainy season is a lot of anxiety and concern. We saw Mr. Ramirez earlier today and his concern. We get it. We're working with community members throughout the community to help them protect their properties. Last night, we attended the Ocotillo Area Community Advisory Committee. County staff, clerk of the board's office, IT, we were there from 5 till past 9 p.m. Largest turnout that we've had in that organization. I am happy to see this member-led community organization coming up with ideas for what is needed in their community, where it's needed, how it's needed, and they like to see it. I think that input from the citizenry is always better than an elected official say, I'm going to put this here, this there. When it comes from them, it's a lot better. Last but not least, I would like to congratulate our county CEO, Mr. Miguel Figueroa. He was, and maybe he can share a little bit of this, but he was part of an executive committee leadership forum that met in San Diego, where it brought all 58 counties together, 4 key CEOs in the community, and they were to present on how they overcome challenges. Congratulations for the recognition. It is always a great thing when you are recognized by a group of your peers and invited to speak before them. I commend you, and I suggest that you keep participating because it can only bring good things. So I don't know if you want to share a few things on that.
Sure. So the California State Association of Counties, which we're part of, along with the 57 other counties, put together functions such as the one that took place in San Diego, in which they select counties, depending if they're rural, urban, to share the experience and the work that we're being done, because we all share in some type of way similar issues, circumstances that we need to deal with the public service that we offer. For this function, myself and 3 other peers were selected to provide comments as to some of the initiatives that we're doing to entice development, but also address the ongoing problems that we all experience in local government. It was a great experience. It allowed for me to share the work that this board and my staff are doing to be at the forefront of multiple issues that are occurring in our state. So it was a great experience and an opportunity to highlight Imperial County.
Thank you. Before we go on, we have somebody in the room that you recognized earlier. Would you like to repeat that?
Given the fact she's saying no, that means it's a yes to me. So congratulations, Ms. Marilyn, on your recent promotion. And again, my apologies. I took it as a foregone conclusion, but I'm glad that it wasn't a foregone conclusion, and I'm glad I got my ears pulled by somebody that's also in this room for not congratulating you. So hats off to you, and looking forward to working with you in this new endeavor.
Congratulations.
Congratulations from all of us. Thank you. All right, we will go on to discussion of the agenda. Are there any items to be pulled from the action, discussion, consent, or budget calendar? Being none, we'll go on and see if there's any urgency items to be added.
None.
Okay, with that, I will take motions on approval of the order of the agenda as submitted. We have a motion by Supervisor Michael Kelley, a second by Supervisor Ryan Kelley. There's no additional discussion. Please vote. Item passes 5-0. Going on to agenda item number 9, approval of the consent calendar. We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan Kelley, a second by Supervisor John Hawk. If there's no additional discussion, please vote. Item passes 5-0. Agenda item 10, approval of the consent budget calendar. As a reminder, this item requires a 4/5 vote. We have a motion by Supervisor Escobar, a second by Supervisor Ryan Kelley. If there is no additional discussion, please vote. Item passes 5-0. Agenda item 11, approval of the official proceedings for our meeting of January 23rd, 2024. We have a motion by Supervisor Michael Kelley, a second by Supervisor John Hawk. If there is no discussion, please vote. Item passes 5-0. We now go on to department announcements. We will go ahead and start with Sheriff's Office. Mr. Benavides, good morning.
Good morning.
Always smiling.
What's not to smile about, right? Good morning, Honorable Chairman, Board of Supervisors, CEO, and all those in attendance today. Much like the Sheriff did in early November, I come before you today to simply give you a review of the past couple months' events that have occurred at our Sheriff's Office, really highlight some of the fine work that our employees have done over those 2 months, and give you just a snapshot of what's going on. This is not all-encompassing, this is just a snapshot. So I've separated this in 3 easy to see and use formats, just so we can kind of group it up, and each of you can take back to your constituents some of the things we're doing, invite you to be a part of more of them as well. And so first and foremost, our boots on the ground, our boots in the street, our patrol operations. So over the last 2 months, we have seized 25 guns. We have seized 10.5 pounds of heroin, 2.2 pounds of powder fentanyl. That's the bad stuff. That's stuff we're talking about often. In addition to that, 13.4 pounds of fentanyl pills, 232 pounds of methamphetamine, and 3 pounds of cocaine. So our staff out in the streets are doing this hard work. We're taking this stuff off the streets to try and make our communities safer. On our corrections side of the house. So over the last 2 months, approximately 500 bookings at our jail. 260 in December, 240 in January. The holiday season is not so holiday when it comes to us doing work. In addition to that, our Inside Out had a graduation in which, and you'll see a picture there, we did have 5 persons attend that class and graduate. And that is that class at IVC with persons who are enrolled in IVC as well as some of our incarcerated population. In addition, there was work crews. Those work crews were participating at Cattle Call, beginning of November, at El Centro PD, helping them with their move, the purchasing department, getting them situated with a lot of things they have going on, and our Public Works road crew, we've been assisting them on a regular basis with a number of things that they have going on. In addition to that, we also got a new GED teacher in our jail to help with our incarcerated population. So as far as outreach goes, District 1, we had the Klesko Parade. District 2, we had the parades at El Centro NAF, and these Christmas parades are pretty normal for our participation, of course. We had the tree lighting in Heber, the donut with a deputy in Heber, our fall festival and parade in Heber, our CUHS Fentanyl Forum that we took, that we were a part of here in the El Centro area with CUHS. There was also the community meetings in Ocotillo. I apologize. District 3, Christmas parade in Imperial. Red Ribbon Week, we participated at TL Wagner. In addition to that, the Sealy community meeting, as you mentioned already, sir, we are very much looking forward to being a part of helping that community out. For District 4, we had our Thanksgiving, and this is a big one too because this is a really big area, that North County area, but we did have our Thanksgiving dinners provided to a number of families out there underprivileged, underserved. Brawley High School outreach after the significant event that they experienced. We did participate in Red Ribbon Week in Westmoreland.
For District 5, Red Ribbon Week participation in San Pasqual, Pine, and Findlay. We also did a Palo Verde community meeting. And then these next two are kind of all encompassing because they were throughout the county, but the food and toy drive for Christmas, we did serve 50 families countywide. And then with Shop with a Cop, there was over 100 children that we were able to assist with getting them some more of that holiday spirit and helping them and their families out. That was countywide, again, underprivileged, underserved, trying to bring up our community. And finally, the Hidalgo Bike and Toy Drive, which our correctional incarcerated population is always a part of annually. You'll see some pictures there of them helping that out. So those are the last 2 months. Moving forward, what we're looking at, and here's a formal invite for you, Chairman, but next Monday we will have a uniform inspection in which all of you, Board of Supervisors, are invited to attend. This is a formal inspection in which the sheriff will address our entire staff. So you will have the better part of our 270 plus employees present to hear from our leadership and discuss where we're going, what we're doing, and how we're doing thus far. So this weekend we do have the Carrot Parade. Anybody wants to come right along? Mr. Hawk's already been a part of it. He goes boating on the street in our boat, no life vest needed. Next weekend we do have the President's Day Detail and Glamis. I know that we have had Mr. Kelley out there. If any of you would like to come on a ride-along, we're more than happy to help you. Mr. Plancarte might want to do the ride-along at the beginning of March when we do have the TDS, Tierra del Sol event out in Salton City. Both events over 50,000 to 60,000 persons in our county that are not just our community residents. So these are definitely an influx, a burden for our community that we have to go about trying to navigate. We do have the Mardi Gras Parade here in El Centro, end of the month. In addition to that, 28th and 29th, Readers Are Leaders. Across all our schools in the community, you have your Dr. Seuss times. We have a number of our staff from patrol, corrections, and civilians going to a number of our schools throughout the county, and I'm talking probably 20 different schools trying to help educate our youth in the importance of reading. The fair begins at the end of the month. As you very well know, we're part of every bit of that safety and security there. We'll be there. We'll have a couple booths. We'll likely see you guys stop in, get your junior deputy sticker. Happy to give you one. And then I mentioned the Tierra del Sol. Finally, on the 16th of March, we do have two community events. One in Salton City, in which we'll be providing lunch and outreach to the Salton Sea Desert Shores communities. And also in Ocotillo for the Sir Optimist Chili Cook-Off. We will have staff at both of those events. All of you are welcome to join us in doing that and being a part of it. We look forward to doing the hard work that we do, and it's all done because of our great staff. Thank you.
Kudos to the Sheriff's Office. Good job.
Thank you all.
Kudos. Great work.
Chair? Chair? Come on down again.
Oh, he thought he was
like the Price is Right, huh? Come on down.
Yes,
Under
sir.
Sheriff, thank you for the information. I do have a comment unrelated to your comments, but since you're up there, I'm putting you on the hot seat.
Let's go.
During COVID, there was an issue that frustrated all of us, including I'm sure your department as well as Board of Supervisors. And that was what I called catch and release, and that was basically, unless there was, and again, I'm not maybe being as legally technical, but basically if it was non-bodily harm, non-bodily injury, you wrote up a ticket and you released the individual.
Yes, sir.
So if we could, if it's okay with our chair and CEO, we could bring back that for a review of where we stand at this moment in time.
Absolutely.
There's been some issue of crime all over our county, especially in Calexico, and I'd like to see where we stand in that quote-unquote catch and release situation that has plagued California for a few years now. Given the fact that we're in 2024 post-COVID, I want to see where we stand.
Most definitely, sir. Give me a date. I'll have some staff here. We can give you all the literature behind it, all the resources behind it, and tell you how we have improved and how things have gotten better for our communities.
A follow-up comment.
Yes,
the
sir.
Sheriff's Office makes the arrest, but you don't make every arrest in Imperial County, so you'll have to get a lot of the information from the local municipalities to give him a full overview of exactly what's going on.
And we can definitely do that. We have the stats to back exactly what municipalities are booking, what
the common crimes, the common trends. And a lot of what you're talking about is kind of bell schedule related, which does relate to the courts and what their local procedures are and how that has changed. We can give you the background, we can give you the follow-up and the futuristic details of that. That can be done.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'll let our clerk and our CEO coordinate with you in your office.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Okay.
Be back here.
We will now go on.
Come on down.
Gil, you're up next.
Real brief, once again, just reminding all those here and all those watching of the upcoming State of the County event, the 2024 address presented by Chairman Plancarte, Thursday, March 21st, 5:30 p.m. at Prestige Event Center in Heber. And the theme this year is Building a Prosperous Future. Production is underway, and if it's like the previous two, it will continue until the day of the event, but looking forward to it. Public is invited. We asked you RSVP with the clerk of the board, and yeah, just want to continue to put that out there and remind the people, and we look forward to this event. So, thank you.
Thank you, Gil. Let's go to HR. Mr. Aguayo, good morning.
Speaking about saving the dates, we have another save the date, and it's for a rock and walk. It's our wellness walk of the year. It'll be Thursday, March 14th, 2024, and it'll be at the Buckland Park. So we invite all employees to attend. As a reminder, all employees have 1 hour of wellness per month. We encourage our department heads to allow them to attend. It'll start at 7:30, and it'll go through 10. We are talking about bringing back, allowing pets to go. Your dog, you can bring your dog, so that'll be neat. Also, another reminder that we will be having our wellness kickoff educational meeting this Thursday, February 8th, from 10 to 11 via Zoom. We encourage you all to be there. As a reminder, the program provides you with different incentives. For those members that or employees who reach the gold level, we have a $75 reimbursement and 4 hours of wellness paid time off. And then for silver, you get $50 reimbursement. And then for the bronze level, you get $25 of reimbursement. So we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Going on to our elections department, Lindsay, I know, so there you are. Good morning.
Good morning. I actually think that Undersheriff should get all of our updates because he's got so much energy. I'm going to try to get there. So our department's been very busy. As you know, vote by mail ballots went out yesterday to all of our active registered voters. We have about 87,000, so those were all mailed out yesterday. So everyone should be getting those. If you haven't gotten them in about 7 days, let us know so that we can follow up on that. Voters can track their ballots on where'smyballot.com. I got an update yesterday on my text message saying that my ballot was mailed. And when I submit that ballot, I'll get another text message saying we received your ballot. And when it's processed, you'll get another text message saying your ballot has been processed. So it's a nice way to track your ballot. So I encourage everyone to sign up for that. Voter information guides were sent out as well to all registered voters. Reminder to all of our voters out there that you have multiple ways of submitting your ballot. You can mail it in. There's no postage necessary as long as it is postmarked by March 5th. We also have 8 drop boxes located throughout Imperial County. I personally drove around yesterday and unlocked all of those drop boxes, so they are all ready to receive ballots. And then you can also hand deliver your ballot to our office here or to any poll site on Election Day. Reminder, we have 55 poll sites located throughout Imperial County. Our website is up and active, so you can punch in your address, find out where your poll site is. You can also punch in your address. It'll show you where the closest drop box is. So it's very interactive there. I want to thank you also for your approval of the consent item that we have on the agenda today. That is going to go a long ways to increasing the small stipend that we do pay our poll workers, and so we'll notify our poll workers this week that that has been increased, so we definitely thank you on their behalf as well. Moving on into our disclosures, we did also launch our online 700 disclosure program for all of our filers, our 700 filers. That includes county employees, that includes school districts and special districts as well. Our filers were notified on February 1st, provided their login information, and we had a great response. So I want to thank you for that opportunity as well. It's definitely going to streamline our process there. And that's all I have. We're open
Excellent.
for any questions during election season. You'll have my cell number too.
I was hoping you'd walk away so could pull you back. Just a quick comment, about 6 months ago, plus or minus, something was brought to our board under action that did not get approved, and it was a modernization of our voting system. And if it's okay with the CEO and the chair, I'd love to, if you could potentially bring that back so we could have further discussion here at the Board of Supervisors, see post-election if it's something that, that we could potentially implement with a positive vote down the road.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Be happy to.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. I don't see any more department reports, so we will go on to special presentations. If you will join me down from the dais, we'll get started with these.
Bet we don't have gold medals to give again. He is the California Fair Board class president. Congratulations. Here. Sportsmanship, very cool.
Which one do we have first? Career Technical Education.
Good morning, Board Chair. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Imperial declaring the month of February 2024 as Career Technical Education Month. Whereas Career Technical Education, or CTE, is part of a well-rounded education for all students in California and in Imperial County, and it is part of core academics at all high schools throughout the county, and is critical for post-secondary preparation and success in both college and careers, and offers career pathways with rigorous content aligned with
challenging academics, standards, and relevant technical skills. And whereas on February 23, 1917, the United States Congress passed the Smith-Hughes National Vocational Education Act of 1917 and was the precursor to many other vocational legislation acts to follow over the years, up to the most current CTE legislation, the Charles D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act. And thus CTE has become a major component of education in the United States and is recognized nationally during the month of February as CTE National Month. And whereas throughout most of the 100-plus years history of career technical education remains separate from academic education, and California's college careers indicators includes accountability measures that include career technical education and integrated CTE within core academic standards. And whereas on July 31st, 2018, a new CTE reauthorization bill came into law after 13 years. This new law, called the Strengthening CTE for the 21st Century Act, builds on previous successes of the previous CTE law and came into law with overwhelming bipartisan support. Whereas career technical education in the Imperial County offers students the opportunity to explore further their education and careers in current or emerging professions and provides technical skill proficiency, industry-recognized credentials, and competency-based applied learning, and contributes to academic knowledge and higher order reasoning. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Imperial County Board of Supervisors, in consideration of all these important values for our community, we do hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as National Career Technical Education Month, passed and adopted by the Imperial County Board of Supervisors, State of California, on this 6th day of February 2024 by an affirmative roll call vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
I'm going to
pass it on to Adriana Hernandez. I'm Edwin Obergefell, the Imperial Valley ROP Superintendent, but Adriana, who is the Coordinator for Education and works along with all the districts that we work with in our Joint Powers Agreement, and certainly Calipatria is in the house, so go Hornets here, but having said that.
Yes, thank you. Again, Adriana Hernandez.
I would like to thank you for joining us in this celebration and promotion of career technical education here in Imperial County. As a longstanding supporter and leader in CTE, IVROP is proud to work with Imperial County schools to support them in their high-quality CTE goals through career awareness, career exploration, career preparation, and work-based learning opportunities for them. Great CTE programs prepare students for high-wage, in-demand careers, and that's what we want for our students. As mentioned in the proclamation, CTE provides a bridge between theory and practical skills for students, which can ignite their passion for something, which can help lead them into a specific career path that will improve their lives. And CTE helps increase student achievement, graduation rates, college and career readiness. It just opens more doors for students. So especially during this month, we want to celebrate career technical education educators, administrators like Mr. Diaz, principal from Calipatria High School, and business partners like the Sheriff's Department who have supported us and continue to support CTE education. In celebration of CTE, I would like to extend an invitation to you to our showcase this Thursday, February the 8th. We have some flyers on the table as you're exiting, and this will be held Thursday, February 8th from 3:30 to 6 p.m. at the Imperial Valley Fairgrounds Casa de Mañana building. So please help us continue celebrating students. We have over 25 different pathways being represented from all over Imperial County there. We have over 15 industry networking as well with them, and join us for some free food samples from Calipatria will be one of the culinary classes represented there, and 2 more, a live barbering demonstration, free haircut if you want. So please join us again this Thursday.
The food alone is worth visiting.
Yes.
So.
I'll be there.
Thank you.
So I would like to present this to you so you can save it.
Thank you.
Anything else to be added?
We support, of course, post-secondary higher education, but we also think that career technical education is a very viable opportunity for all students. We support our counselors and our teachers and our administrators, and we thank them for their support of CTE as well. So with having said that, all of you definitely lead, breathe, and believe in the course, what CTE is all about. So thank you for your leadership and for your support.
Thank you. Great program, you know, in the late 80s. I had the opportunity to serve on their welding advisory board. Back then, it was Mr. Wilton Gu, a legend in your very own school, right? And over the years, I ran into some of the students that took his courses, and they've told me they've become iron workers, they become welders. They've been able to, with what a lot of people would not think of a technical program, have been able to purchase their home, put their kids to school. Some have rental properties. And so these are great programs that open that opportunity for those that, like me as a young person, maybe not going to college for our choice or for whatever other reasons. It offers great opportunities in the school to look at culinary, to look at nursing, to look at all these other programs. So more power to you. May you continue to be around for many, many more years, and you guys are doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Ready, 1, 2, and 3.
The only catch with Mr. Gu is that we had to meet at 6 a.m. for our meetings in Calapat.
Yes. And no food. Well, we did have food. We did have food.
We actually met at the restaurant.
Yes. So now, do you want me to stay here for the next one?
Might as well,
Mr.
yeah.
Burrell. And I'm going to invite Chantel.
There she is.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Are you going to read the proclamation?
Yeah, we got to read the proclamation first. That's all right. You can stay here. Unless you want to make an entrance, otherwise you can stay.
Board Chair, proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Imperial declaring the week of February 7th through the 14th, 2024 as National Marriage Week. Whereas marriage binds couples together in a network of affection, mutual aid, and mutual obligation, commits fathers to their children, connects children to a wider network of welcoming kin. Marriage, thus, is the outward visible sign of a couple's desire to create a lasting life and providing a basis on ongoing support necessary for the growth of healthy children and healthy family. And whereas mounting scientific evidence confirms that the best environment for children to flourish is in being raised by parents in healthy relationships rather than in unhealthy relationships or by single or cohabiting parents, and these children demonstrate less behavioral problems in school, are less likely to be victims of physical or sexual abuse, less likely to abuse drugs or alcohol, less likely to commit delinquent behaviors, have a better relationship with their mothers and fathers, and less likely to be sexually active and become pregnant as teenagers or impregnate someone, are less likely to contract STDs, have a decreased chance of divorcing when they get married, and are less likely to be raised in poverty. And whereas research also indicates that men are in healthy marriages experience are more likely to live longer, be physically and emotionally healthier, wealthier, have increased stability in employment, higher wages, decreased risk or drug alcohol abuse, have better relationships with their children, more satisfying relationship with their spouses, and are less likely to attempt or commit suicide. And whereas we acknowledge the importance of lasting healthy marriage to the well-being of children, therefore, to the future of our community, we recognize our community benefits from having a higher percentage of couples in healthy relationships. We note the following: higher rates of physical healthy citizens, higher rates of emotional healthy citizens, higher rates of education citizens, lower domestic violence rates, lower crime statistics, lower teenage pregnancies. Recent advantages in research have helped us identify the behaviors and skills necessary for a healthy relationship. Furthermore, we now have proven the methods for teaching these skills and behaviors. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Imperial County Board of Supervisors, in consideration of all these important values for our community, we do hereby proclaim February 7th through the 14th, 2024, as National Marriage Week, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, County of Imperial, State of California, on this 6th day of February 2024 by an affirmative roll call vote.
District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chantel, you've got your hands full. Chantel Gerardo is our project manager for our Healthy Families and Relationship Grant, who is actually nationally recognized for exceeding and meeting expectations at a national level. So without further ado, Chantel.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Chantel Gerardo for our Healthy Marriage Relationship Fatherhood Federal Grant Program. Our youth program is specifically designed to help youth build stronger relationships through healthy marriage, relationship education activities in efforts to promote strong, healthy family formation, maintenance, and economic stability. You may be wondering why a group of us are wearing orange today. Today is National Wear Orange Day in support of Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month in lieu of Healthy Marriage Relation Week as well. So what we do here is as we celebrate for Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, it is to promote and amplify the voices of those who have been affected by teen dating violence. Statistics show that 1 in 3 young adults in the U.S. experience some form of dating abuse, which include physical, emotional, or sexual abuse by a dating partner, and only 33% of those teens who were in an abusive relationship have reported that. So as an organization and as a HMRF grantee, it is important that we educate our teens about healthy relationships and provide support to those. So with Ready for Life, servicing our youth throughout the county at all different high schools and after school activities, again, we ask you to join us this month in celebrating this awareness and supporting this crucial campaign for safer and healthier relationships within our county. As you will see, there will be orange pendants towards the back of the table there for you to promote this campaign with orange ribbons, pens, etc. We also have our youth program flyers in addition to our Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month calendar for topics that we will feature in our social platforms. Again, as Mr. Hawk mentioned, the bond and the relationships that our youth and our community, it's very important to delve on these. And so we appreciate you bringing that to the table, and we look forward to continuing the work that we do within our county with our youth.
Yeah, thank you.
Ready? 1, 2, and
So I have something to say. Marriage is great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna clip that off the video and play it in a loop for my wife.
Is she gonna be there for every,
Well, she may walk out of the room, but she'll get the idea.
Career technical education, so thank you for your support. My shameless plug on an annual basis, as you may know, we are also the host of the annual fundraising event that is called the Imperial Valley Community ROP Community Foundation Dancing with the Stars Gala. So, yeah, that's the shameless plug. What it is an organization with a separate board where all the proceeds, all the fundraising dollars that are raised go to specifically to student leadership organizations. As an example, they would be Skills USA, Health Occupation Students of America, or Future Farmers of America, just to name a few. So through the monies that are raised via the Dancing with the Stars, those groups are benefited through awards. But in addition, the scholarships are also awarded to individual students. And you can look at our website and you can see the thousands, the hundreds of thousands of dollars that have been awarded in Imperial Valley, thanks to people like you and thanks to this board that have helped us to raise very generously lots and lots of money. And again, we want to thank you for that. The shameless plug is that I will leave in the back also some where you can buy tickets. We sell out every year. The event's going to be held at the Kashan Resort again, May the 10th. You can buy tickets. This is the first year we're doing online ticket sales. Cool. So online, meaning, or you can call an 800 number. Some folks love it. Some folks are a little concerned by it, but nonetheless, if you don't want to do the what is it called, the QR code, you can do the 855 toll-free number and select option 1. Having said that, the sheriff, I don't see him. He's going to be one of our celebrity judges this year, so hopefully he's going to keep us, yes, he's going to keep all us in line and generating a lot of fundraising of dollars. And I, on behalf of, also want to take the time to recognize Mr. Kelley and Mr. Plancarte. Thank you so much. We're going to miss you as you retire. You folks have been great leaders. We've seen your hard work and your service. We support you. Mr. Kelley, we also look good luck to you and all your endeavors.
And I was a dancer too.
And he was a dancer, and he did really well too, by the way. Mr. Escobar, we're always looking for a dancer. Looking forward to working with you, sir. Mr. Hawk, always looking for dancers. CEO, appreciate all your support too. I've seen Mr. Miguel, Mr. Figueroa's work for a number of, I got to work with him during the when he was the Workforce Development Board. So it doesn't surprise me that he's doing leadership in many, many ways, and it doesn't surprise me. Congratulations in this new role, and we look forward to maybe seeing you dance one of these days. So
John wants to know where you put the free tickets.
Sorry, it's a fundraising event. There are no free tickets, but if you participate in some way, shape, or form, like the sheriff is going to, he's going to get a couple of tickets. So maybe we can get you to do that. Again, I'm going to leave these tickets not tickets, but this information in the back for you to pick up, and that is it. I just want to share it. Sorry about this really small print, but it's there. The QR code is all there. I know. All right. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Edwin.
Thank you very much.
Didn't get to.
You get the next one?
Think of it as more than a dance.
Thank you.
I'm gonna read it.
Yep.
Where's that?
She's got it.
Thank you. You're a judge.
Confirmation.
Just our certificate.
Fixed or not?
23.
So it's my pleasure to now recognize the Calipatria Volleyball CIF champions. So we're going to call your name, and I'll get into the middle. As we call your name, come in, join us, and then we'll stand here and bask in the glory of Calipatria. So first we'd like to call up Samantha Vega. Congratulations. Next is Mia Chavez. Next is Janessa Valdez.
And Lady Grammy Award, huh?
Next is Melanie Alcala. Next is Lindsay Lyron. Congratulations. Lindsay Lyerly from Lyerly Road. Lindsay Lyerly from Lyerly Road. Jacqueline Mercado. The next is Isabella Sotelo. Next is Aubrey Duenas. Next is Audrey Wells. Next is Savannah Sadler. Congratulations. Selena Cano. Alexis Fernandez.
closer together. Get everybody in this picture.
I'm Coach Eddie Vega, Coach Isidro, and Coach Peñaga. In reality, this is kind of like I am the head coach, but in reality, these two gentlemen are invaluable. I mean, just the sheer amount of talent they brought, the years of experience, they kind of helped me. I'm a first-year coach. They're the ones who kind of helped me. I kind of just helped organize when it comes down to it. But they did a tremendous job, so I just want to give those guys a hand. For our team, this is a first. We're going to be getting rings pretty soon, and at the very bottom it says history, because this was our very first volleyball title for Calipat. So in a way, all of these girls are they have a special place in my heart, and hopefully they have a special place in our school's history. And I'm just really joyous. I mean, it was an up and down season, but towards the end, I honestly didn't think we could be beat. You know, and the girls played hard. They played their hearts out. You know, and the practices showed that they really wanted to go out there and win. And I just want to thank everybody that supported us. Thank the Board of Supervisors for inviting us today. Mr. Kelley, thank you for your invitation as well. And thank you all. I thank the community of Calipat, because they really got behind us. It was a thing of beauty that day to see not only participate in the game and actually look into the stands and see a sea of Calipat supporters there at Mesa College, and it was pretty. Oh, and Southwest too. Yes, Southwest was out there. Southwest College. I mean, Southwest High School was there supporting us as well. So I mean, I thought that was really nice. You know, pretty awesome as well. You know, it was just a valley thing when it came down to it. So it's pretty awesome that Southwest got to do it. And, you know, we got to win, and we won as well that day. So on behalf of Calipatriot and everybody else, and thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Good luck next year.
Back to back. Thank you guys.
This is cool, man.
Cristina Tirado, come up, please.
Smith Christina in our child dependency cases.
So, on behalf of the Office of County Counsel, we are so honored to nominate Christina Tirado. We're overjoyed that she won Employee of the Month. Christina Tirado is known as air traffic control for all of the child welfare information that kind of flows between the juvenile court, the dependency bar, council, and the Department of Social Services. She is absolutely invaluable. Really, anything that happens in our local child welfare system, Christina Tirado knows about. She's a continual source of inspiration and encouragement to the attorneys in the office, including the county council, and she is really, really vital to the workings in our county and our community. She is one of the people in the county who is absolutely heartfelt, a protector of children and a protector of families. So we are so honored and we're so happy. Followed by behavioral health as well, Yaneli de Santiago. Congratulations, and I'll put this in the other hand. There you go. All right, going on to 10 years of service for behavioral health once again, Belkis Kota. Continuing in the theme of behavioral health for 10 years, Esmeralda Vega. Congratulations. It was hard work. Yeah. The hardest ever. On to the next 10. Okay, from behavioral health, Ariana Hope. Right, you're on training squad, huh? Congratulations. You notice he doesn't deny it, he giggles. Okay, from procurement, Vanessa Ramirez.
Elizabeth Aguirre, Public Health. Taking a little break and reconvene. We got a couple more. What? 5 years of continuous and loyal service. Supervisor Escobar. That must be you. You gotta stand over here for the photo op. Photo op, photo op. Let's not stretch it. And, God, I get a feeling there's a certificate out there with a different number out here, but for 15 years of continuous and loyal service, Supervisor Let's go ahead and come back 10 minutes after 12, gentlemen. Don't forget to go to the desk.
No, yours, I gave it to the ladies.
Oh, okay.
Where's it? Right? Oh, she's got two hands in the car, she has them.
Over there.
No, Nancy comes over for his wedding. I said, oh, the girls have this. Show me the money. Yeah, he does the routine. I've done it so many times. Like, I want to get money. Where is it?
Public Works working.
Party time's over. You know what? I'll send you that email. I tried to get him tracker because his phones are slow and I can't find him. But no, he's there. You're one of those. Oh, no.
Yeah. Got it. By the way, great look for Inspector Reed.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I almost wore the same look, but a gray one. Yeah, it was gonna be a gray turtleneck, like here's my suit. I almost wore it, I changed the glasses.
There was 2 other turtlenecks in the audience today, so it must be a fashion. Somebody walked on the.
It's the weather, it gives us a reason to.
¿Tienes frío? No, me dio calor en los brazos.
He'll keep playing. Pretend like we're working. Wow.
No, ya me hubiera ido. ¿O sí? Pero después que lo quieras hacer con ellos, ¿no?
No, pues I don't usually do my work.
Oh, y a veces te decía, I work. Yo lo dejo porque a veces lo tengo, a veces que se me acaba la memoria.
Pero los talleres son cortos, ¿no?
You heard that? Is it?
Oye, ni para Levilla,
A las palmas.
California, bud.
Palmeles. Price Center. Ahí comprar mi ropa en el Price Center.
Claro que sí.
¿Quién no?
¿Te tomaste fotos en el Price?
Fotos no.
es el bajo techo.
O sea, el bajo techo.
No, lo financié el bajo, por eso. Porque lo de dentro ya era lo
Blanca.
I love knowing what melts you.
All right, we will go ahead and continue today's meeting. We do have a full quorum in-house. We'll go on to our action calendar, starting with item 14, discussion action regarding 2024 board and chair appointments. Gentlemen, in your backup, there is a table that should be updated to the current assignments. I think more notably, the changes on this would be on LAFCO, the request of Supervisor Ryan Kelley to step down, which would likely then make Supervisor Mike Kelley become a member and then bring the alternate in, which would be Supervisor Escobar. Furthermore, we would make Supervisor John Hawk the alternate for that committee. The others are very minimal changes on the two-on-twos. We've, keeping in tradition, we've substituted the new chair with a previous chair in committees such as the Riverside County two-on-two, San Diego County two-on-two, IID, and I believe that is it. Open for any comments or suggestions?
Well, just a comment. So I sent a message to Chairman Plancarte. I'm stepping away from LAFCO because of the perceived conflict that was raised, and I want to be able to speak to LAFCO on the issues that will be presented in March.
Perfect. Any additional comments? If not, I will entertain motions. We have a motion by Supervisor Escobar, a second by Supervisor Hawk. There's no additional discussion. Please vote. Item passes 5-0. Going on to agenda item number 15 for today's meeting is a discussion regarding the rules of conduct for this body. There is a couple requests that came in to change, and I don't know that we have the red lined edition up here. We do. So I myself submitted two things that I thought should be considered. One under section 1B, where it details the meeting dates. It talks about we meet on a weekly basis on Tuesdays, but the wording did not recognize what happens when there's a Friday or Monday holiday, which we don't meet on that Tuesday, and also what happens on the 5th Tuesday of the month. So, bless you. So I thought that wording could be inserted. I also requested for consideration a change on item B3. This one details the requirements for putting items on the agenda. Currently, as we have it, it requires one supervisor to put something on an agenda. My recommendation or my request is that we consider going to two. I did check with other counties. They do have two. I checked with a few of the cities in Imperial County. They all have two council members, and so I thought this would keep more in line. Any questions so far?
Good with me.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
just for the record, under section B, it states, with the exception of the 5th Tuesday of the month and a Tuesday following county recognized holiday which falls on the Friday or Monday, we currently have it applies to only Mondays, not Fridays.
Let me get to that page.
So it's page 3. So your recommendation is to apply to Friday or Monday?
The recommendation is to do the wording in a way where it reflects on the Tuesday that we don't meet because of a holiday.
Okay.
So that is the intent. Also, in your backup, there is submissions forwarded by Supervisor Ryan Kelley. Supervisor Kelley, would you like to provide that information to us?
Right, so these recommendations are from my review of the norms and procedures, and as we have made changes to the clerk of the board and the responsibilities and the direct supervision, and if it is to change between the chair or to designate the executive office, but it does need to be addressed.
What's the status right now?
That's why I'm bringing it forward. It's
status?
not identified specifically.
It's not identified, so maybe that will be part of the job description for the clerk of the board? Not the Board of Supervisors rules of conduct? I don't know if your recommendation, Mr. Havens?
Yeah. Well, this is under the duties of the chair, and it's describing how the chair would be also engaged on the budget creation, submittal, and review, and then if the office interactions, if that is to taken out, then the job description does need to be updated.
Yeah. So I don't know if HR's in the house, but my just quick look at it tells me that, you know, these items perhaps should be looked as part of the current study we are having, where we are looking at job descriptions and everything else related to how we work within departments and compensate our employees. I am of the understanding that this is more for the meetings as we are up in the dais and not for the operational, which I'm okay with looking at those. It's just I don't think that this is the document to do that.
Well, the document also, it describes the process for the agenda review, agenda placement, and the action calendar of the meetings. So it is appropriate for taking on other specified roles.
Yeah, which takes on how we meet. I also noticed you had wording requested that says the chairperson and vice chair shall attend the agenda meeting. The word shall is what is of concern to me, and does that mean that we cannot have a meeting if we don't have the vice chair there? Now, as long as I've been serving, I've always been invited by the chair to be there, and I've been part of it. When I have been chair, I have extended the same opportunity to the incoming vice chair. And so that one with shall, my concern would be is if they got to be there now, what do you do if they are not there? What does that do to the timing of the agenda?
Yeah, change the verb to should.
Or how about may?
Or may.
At the request of the chair.
So I am just change wording to may, and then on the prior items 3, 4, 5, and 5, it should be 4, 5, and 6 on the email. I don't know that I can endorse these currently, so this is open to discussion on this item. Because it is a rules for conduct, it does require either way a 4/5 vote on what we do with this. And so here's our opportunity to wordsmith and work with this
What was the other
to
item?
make it work for us.
And I can read those items into the record, Mr. Kelley.
What was the other
You're
items?
okay.
Can
I
you
can
go
read
ahead?
them. So, including item number 4, the chairperson shall provide direction on assignments and leave requests of the clerk of the board. Number 5, the chairperson shall review the Board of Supervisors and clerk of the board budgets each budget season and submit the proposal to the Board of Supervisors for review. And 6, the chairperson will bring an evaluation of review of appointed at-will positions to the Board of Supervisors upon request.
Chair, I have comments.
Yes, sir.
I respectfully disagree. Whoever the chair is, I think, in my personal opinion, the individual that has the leadership role when it comes to items 4, 5, and 6, providing direction, reviewing Board of Supervisors and clerk budgets, and specifically at-will positions should be the county executive officer and not a supervisor or the chair. The county executive officer is the individual that is here 24/7, literally, the individual that is most aware of any situations, and then it's his neck on the line for him to provide us with information, and we hold him accountable as the individual county executive officer. So I would not agree with items 4, 5, and 6 as mentioned in an email dated January 31st, 2024. And I also agree that while the vice chairman is invited, and I believe Mr. Kelley invited me back in the day, it should be optional and not mandatory.
Thank you.
What email are you talking about? I never received an email.
No, it's part of the backup, Mr. Kelley.
Let's keep going.
Those are the recommendations from Supervisor Ryan Kelley.
One observation on 6, and I'm doing most for clarification. It talks about review of appointed at-will positions to the Board of Supervisors. Could you tell me what the intention was of that so that I can better understand it? Does this mean, well, number one, I think at will we have very few positions within the county, like I believe Eric's assistant is one, maybe the undersheriff, maybe the deputy DA.
So,
and are you talking here about the clerk or the clerk's staff?
no, I'm talking about for the ability to be able to do evaluations on department directors.
Department heads.
Do we do that anyhow?
But there are electeds that we cannot do it, right? So it's not saying that you are going to do it on a pattern or frequency. It's just asking that this be codified and acknowledged.
Yeah. HR, if we weren't calling out a pattern or a frequency such as anniversary or anything like that, could this get us into potentially any issues if we were able to do something like this?
That still doesn't make sense to me. Chairperson shall bring an
Rodolfo Boyo, HR Director. The ordinance calls for performance evaluations to probationary employees. This is for the civil service that we call every 5 and 10 months. And then for law enforcement, it's different. It's 3 evaluations. For directors, it might be different. And I think that the board needs to decide who has that responsibility of who's going to evaluate. Is it the Board of Supervisors as a whole, or will it be the executive officer who establishes the evaluation? Any request for an evaluation that the board might want to, then it would then be brought to the entire board. That's typically what we've done. If we don't do it on a yearly basis or anything along those lines, we recommend we do at least minimal 1 year, and evaluations can be done at any point in anybody's career or path. So, I would also defer to Eric to see if there's anything different from civil service to directors.
Yes, I would just recommend that I can perform research to make sure that these proposed rules are consistent with the ordinance.
Okay.
Chair, as a suggestion, if we want to review evaluations made by our CEO, I think it would be a welcome addition to our plate. But I think the actual responsibility of those evaluations should lie on the CEO's office, and specifically our county executive officer, not on any board member or the chair.
I kind of agree with that, and if there's a problem, they can bring it to the board.
Mhm. Gentlemen, I understand what you're saying, and I think I agree with it. Perhaps this is something that we can bring back as a more focused document with research so that it achieves what the intent is without stepping in any legal or ordinance toes. So for that, I am perfectly happy to support the part about the chair, vice chair, and the chair.
As an
But
option
not-
or as an option or
As
as
an
a-
option, may,
Okay.
as modified, but I cannot support 4, 5, and 6. I do see that we have a motion by Mr. Escobar, but I don't know what the motion is.
I don't have a motion, sir.
Okay, then it must be there from the previous, there we go, it just cleared.
That was to speak.
Okay, thank you. It is to speak, you are correct. Okay. So with that, I will go ahead and, if there are no motions, I will go ahead and make a motion that we incorporate into our board rules of conduct the part about the 2 members needed. I also would like to include the wording that clarifies what happens on a Tuesday that is preceded by a holiday, either on a Monday or a Friday. Either way, the goal is to put it on paper that we will not be meeting that Tuesday, as well as the 5th Tuesday. And to incorporate Supervisor Ryan Kelley's wording about the vice chair may attend the agenda meeting as he or she is available. So I would make that in form of.
And I did make the motion, Chair.
Okay. And so what is that motion then?
Regurgitation of what you just said.
Okay.
And just for the
Sorry
record,
about that.
the vice chairman is being invited or has been invited to participate on the draft agendas.
Correct. Okay.
So prior to the vote, I would like to offer that I would like a legal review of how that authority is devolved and the delegation inside the county. I know we've asked about it a few weeks back. I want to know, and I believe we all have already asked. And then additionally, that I did make these comments, so, you know, I'm participating, hoping to have dialogue here. So I know I'm getting questioned about not having it numbered at 6 or 5 or shall or may, but I am offering it for conversation, and I'm hoping that you understand that that's the intent.
Oh, understood. And like, it is, you know, something that if we need to clarify, we need to clarify. But I think going forward, that can be direction to get working on that. So with that, we have a motion by Supervisor Escobar, a second by Supervisor Michael Kelley.
As for 2 board members taking an item to the agenda, and the vice chair may.
And then the wording to clarify the Tuesday, no meetings on the 5th Tuesday or on a Tuesday preceding a holiday.
A holiday.
So, all right, please vote. Item passes 5-0. Going on to agenda item number 16, which is, as we are downloading, discussion regarding the appointment of the Imperial Valley Healthcare District Board, as requested by myself to be put on the agenda. Gentlemen, in front of you, you have a series of applications from 8 members of the community, either of Sealy or Ocotillo, as outlined in the guidelines written by Mr. Garcia. I asked the clerk of the board to reach out to the Elections Department as a confirmation as to where these particular applicants had residence, because the addresses sometimes fall within an area, fall within a district, or do not. Of the 8 applications that were received, 6 were valid applications that were looked into. 4 were confirmed Sealy community residents. 1 does not reside in Sealy or Ocotillo and within the district. And then there was one last person that it was unknown because the address wasn't properly indicated in the application. And so in my mind, we have 4 compliant applicants for this appointment. And in your packet, you have applications for these 4. Those 4 applicants, based on information from the Elections Department, would be Brian Lee Napier, Sandy Martinez, James Salvador Garcia, and Jorge Gallaga.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, we do have a request to speak from the public.
Okay. If there are no questions or comments from this body at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. We have a request to speak by Mr. Peter Rodriguez. Mr. Pete.
Thank you, members of the board. In today's article in the Valley Press, they have a timeline of this selection process. And it's very disappointing that it's taking so long to get to this process. Last Friday was a swearing in, and it was very disappointing as a member, a voting member, active as I am, not to see any representation from the county. It hurt me personally as a voter. I think I'm active enough, thinking, I know it's Friday and people may have other commitments. I get that part. But there's a part where you guys take an oath. You could send a delegation, someone representing me, so to speak. I would have been happy with that. But when there's no participation, it really says to the Valley residents of Imperial County, who are not as educated as me, or like, what's going on? Where's the direction is going? I know I get my local health care here. I go to Intercare, and thank God I'm healthy enough not to be seeing them every week or every month like some people do. I appreciate the weather we have here because I can take a 20K bike ride when it's cooler. The rain and the wind has been an obstacle for this year, but I deal with it. But your guys as elected official, you took an oath that is serious. And they were not showing up, it tells me I don't got to be there. And it bothered me. I'm glad that you took the extra step to review them. That showed some heart and some work behind it. I got to give credit to that. It's not a total slap here, but when there's an appearance, if one of you guys can, all 5 can't make it, at least send a delegation of a senior official, somebody, a department head, just to be there, representing the county of Imperial, because you have people there that went, and they were looking around what I could see, you know, and it's not a good look. It's not a good look. And to have that article that's taking so long to get to this point, it's just, why? You got to ask that question, why? Not a lot of residents have the choice to go to San Diego. A lot of us depend on doctors here. A lot of our underprivileged individuals, working class. And I would like you guys to put more heart into it. And perhaps this bill is not what you want. And perhaps it took the power away from you to control things. But sometimes we got to have balance. I got 2 books on my nightstand. One is called the Bible with the Old and New Testament. The other is called Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Why those 2? Because it brings balance to me. And I hope you guys find balance and finally come to a conclusion. Thank you for my comments. I'm running out of time, and I don't want to be let out here, so I'll leave it with that. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, any additional request?
No additional requests.
Okay. Bringing it back to this body for discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Escobar.
The individual that's going to support is off the list, so we could just get clarity on the process that we did in order to verify the ineligibility of Dr. Immaculata. That'd be great.
Mm-hmm. So not having guidelines by the proponent of this bill as to exactly other than somebody from Ocotillo or from Sealy, I wanted to have some kind of a third-party way of checking. If you notice the applications, there are several addresses that say El Centro. But then you have the address that may be given by the Postal Service, and then you have the district in which they fall. So for example, we have applicants that the address says El Centro, but their voting precinct, their area of where they go vote is in Ocotillo or in this case in Sealy. One of the applications that I was very impressed by, the gentleman does have an El Centro address, but he is within the Ocotillo area. He has served on the school board in Ocotillo for 10 years. He served on our
You said the school board in Ocotillo?
I'm sorry, on the school board, not in Ocotillo, in Sealy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missaid that. He served on our tax appeals board as an appointee from that general district. And so that's what I kind of wanted to get, some kind of a third party input as to whether the person was a resident from there or not.
And his name?
His name is James Salvador Garcia.
And he is a resident of Sealy?
He is in the Sealy precinct. He votes obviously by serving on the school board there. He's eligible, although his street does read El Centro, California. That's why I had the clerk of the board reach out to the elections department so that we could at least have this data ahead of us.
And to mention that this application was received during the second round of recruitment.
Supervisor Escobar, you still, I still see here as request to speak. Is that?
No, again, the reason that I wanted to speak is, again, the individual that is no longer, that is listed as not Sealy or Ocotillo resident is an individual that I would have supported. But I respect the process. I know where you're coming from, and I just want a clarification on that. As far as what the speaker mentioned, he has a point that there should have been a specific participation from the county. But having said that, for the individual to lump our county as one, I can speak for myself, and I'm not speaking for the board. I'm speaking as an individual supervisor. I have been consistently very vocal in support of this district. So let's be careful when we lump everybody together. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ryan Kelley?
So I am in agreement that the one that has been excluded, Dr. Collada, I actually know that she lives in the Sealy area. She lives on Huff Road, and that's her primary place of residence. So the way I read the direction, and I'm not going to go into what the legislative intent is, because I don't think there's even a ruling on legislative intent. But it says a resident from the unincorporated areas of Sealy or Ocotillo, or a county board supervisor representing those areas, unincorporated areas of Sealy or Ocotillo, and the supervisor representing not just Ocotillo or Sealy, but the adjoining and surrounding areas. So I would think that she should be considered for the appointment.
And just for the record, Dr. Calada included a Calexico address, and so maybe that's why it was placed on the not Sealy or Ocotillo resident ineligible.
And contact, were you ever able to make contact with Dr. Collada?
I didn't. It's just on all of the documents that she included, it's the same address, the Calexico one.
Wouldn't Huff Road be the jurisdiction of Imperial?
Yeah, but it's not, it's closer to Sealy than it is to
I know,
Imperial.
yeah.
And Imperial mail distribution goes into part of Sealy.
The other thing I'd like to mention that, number one, I am not in favor or against Dr. Collada in any way, shape, or form, but it's clarifying information. As I was trying to look for these, when I did see her name, I do know, or I do recall, that one of the guidelines for an appointee that did not come to this body, it went to the appointee from El Centro, for Mr. Garcia, was that they did not want somebody who had been on the board, served on the board, had worked within that structure to make it a more balanced, if you will, body. So one of the questions that I asked myself when I saw her name, as well as I saw somebody who had Dr. Vo as a reference, my question came, should I consider this based on what would have been perhaps the intent by the bill writer? And so, like I said, I am not in favor or against her. I'm just saying that that's another piece of information that we should consider.
Chair, could we confirm where it says Calexico? Because I'm seeing Imperial all over the place.
Well, the addresses are white out. The original application, it states her address.
Because it says Imperial County Board of Supervisors application for membership to Imperial Valley Healthcare District Board Director is City Imperial/Ocotillo/Sealy residents. And then I'm looking at her resume and it says Imperial, California 92251.
So the cover letter that she included along with the resume states the Calexico address. We usually white out the addresses of our
Understood, thank you.
I have it right here.
I do see it. I do see it. Thank you.
The actual address that she included in the application, it is a Calexico address as well. Although in the city, she included Imperial Ocotillo City.
Kind of confusing.
Mr. Chair.
Sir.
I'll also add to color for the speaker that started off this conversation with public comment. I do plan on being at the meeting on Thursday night.
All right, do we have any nominations, any motions?
Well, given, Chair, given the fact that it is unclear from a geographical perspective where we draw a line on the sand, and this is very vague, and I think it's questionable that an individual be off when you could argue either way. I will make a motion to support Dr. Minerva Quelada or Mervat Quelada as the Sealy Ocotillo.
But isn't it a representative from the Sealy?
From the city of Sealy?
Yeah.
There is no city of Sealy.
There is no city of Sealy. From the township of Sealy?
Yes,
Based
because that is based on the fact that her residence is in the Sealy vicinity. And there's no specific line drawn in the sand as to where Sealy ends or where Sealy begins.
You can go by the school district of Sealy as a reference of a sphere of influence.
Well, but again, it's a question mark because if we use that, then we got to incorporate it, right? But it's really open-ended.
Well, the bottom line is,
I mean, you cannot support my first, I respect that, that's fine.
no, I'm just,
So I will second that, and the way I've read it and read the bill, it is applying to an area that not specifically just Sealy, Ocotillo town sites. And additionally, that when we sent this out for the first time, I think we got 2 applications, and we were told that those 2 applications were both residents of El Centro.
Correct.
And so I don't know if those were verified that they are actually in El Centro, or were they in Sealy? But at this point, I have knowledge that she does live there. And we could recess for a few minutes and validate that before we add her to the list and move forward with the motion.
Yeah,
We can
and
do
I'm
that,
happy
and-
to recess and validate, but let's agree on the validation that this body will use prior to going to validation.
And
Whatever that is.
And I would like to read, it says, as per the bill, one resident from the unincorporated areas of Sealy or Ocotillo, or a county board of supervisors representing those areas, appointed by the Imperial County Board of Supervisors.
Is her address within Imperial city limits?
yeah.
If it is, then I would
It
agree
is
that would
a
disqualify
Calexico
her.
one.
No, her home address, is that a,
It's out in the,
I mean, is it technically in Imperial city limits? Because
No.
that would disqualify her, I think we
She's
can
not
agree.
the same.
yeah, she lives west of Sealy.
West of Sealy?
Huff Road,
West of Sealy, yeah.
way out there.
So
Yeah.
her address is
She
Sealy,
states
is
two.
it?
Well, the Postal Service recognizes it as Imperial or El Centro, depending on where you live out in the country.
I am glad I wasn't the only one that had this kind of confusion looking, so I'm glad we're having this type of conversation.
So that can be validated if you so wish to recess at this point.
You know, she lives on Huff Road in Sealy. She's involved in the sphere of influence of both Ocotillo and the township of Sealy.
Both.
And so will we verify that by then elections department, by city borders, by LAFCO? What do we use?
Well, I think-
I
We
would
use
suggest
the
we
elections department for
I-
the other ones.
I would suggest we contact her, get her address, put it on a map, and say, is that the area of Sealy or Ocotillo?
I agree.
It'd probably fall under the.
Yeah, just to follow what
Imperial
we did with the
address.
previous, with the other applicants, I would recommend to contact the Register of Voters.
And then if we are gonna go that wide of a sphere, just say whether it falls, yes or not, how many people did not apply that may have been benefited by using that rule.
I think it's kind of late to try and put the genie back in the bottle at this moment. But
It
if we're
is.
using the county register of voters to validate their,
Well, I
so
think
that's where they're registered to vote, but they may live on Huff
Different.
Road,
Well,
right?
it's just like me. I live, my address is Imperial, but I don't live in the incorporated city of Imperial. Same thing with her. She lives her address is Imperial, but she does not live within the city limits of Imperial. She lives, 3 miles out.
Okay?
Mr. Chair, why don't we just call Lindsay Dale and validate it?
So we did, we have an email from her validating these.
Yeah, Imperial.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess and get Ms. Dale in here. And
She may want-
pose her with a question before we get.
Mr. Plancarte, in her application at the bottom, it says, do you live with the limits of an unincorporated community? She indicated 2485 Highway Road in Imperial, California.
We can give direction and take the next item on the agenda and just continue until we get the information back.
So I see Rebecca walked away. We can do that. So let's go ahead and continue this item and bring it back while that research is being done. Let's go ahead and kick into agenda item number 17. This is discussion action regarding the capital purchase and installation of an algae control system for Weiss Lake. And I do hope that Mr. Rodriguez is still here. Oh, he is. Hopefully this will help you with your sadness and your disappointment, and it will be some balance to your life. Go ahead.
Serenade us, Mr. Dale, serenade us.
I wasn't actually expecting to make this presentation, but John just stepped out, so. We've been looking at some methods to treat the water in Weiss Lake. We've had algae blooms and issues there, as you're aware. We found this technology. It is a ultrasonic system that's powered by the sun, by solar power. It delivers a sound that you cannot hear audibly. It's above our hearing range. It's similar to a fish finder. It has no effect on fish or wildlife or anything like that. What it does is it disrupts the algae as it floats there and makes it float down or sink, and then it dies. And so that's what we're being told, and we see it in the brochure. We've never had one of these. We've never tested this physically. We've called other agencies that have used it, that they're happy with this technology. This system also has a monitoring system that it will monitor the algae blooms, and it will, there he is, and so it will actually send out warnings when there's an algae bloom potentially, and it sends out information to the company. There's a monitoring that goes on, and then the company monitors the particular algae types, and then they adjust the frequency of the system to address that particular type of algae. So this is a system we'd like to try, put it in system and into the lake. There only requires one, and we think it will have a beneficial effect on the water quality.
He's going to get the stipend for the presentation already.
We waited for 3 hours and then he walked out the mark. So
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Hawk, did you have questions?
Yes, I do. Have you seen it used in other lakes, and/or what is the liability of boating, boaters, all of that type of thing?
So we have not particularly seen this, but we've called other agencies that use it, and they've reported good results. This item is like a buoy. It floats in the middle of the lake, so it allows the circulation of the boats and jet skis and so forth. Shouldn't get in the way of any boating or anything like that.
So how big is it? What if a boater doesn't see it?
It's big enough to be seen. I would say it would fit within this area right here, smaller than this area right
You
here.
probably have a red flag on it too.
It has flags and it has big solar panels. It's not something you would miss for sure.
It's you're not going to miss it in the water. It's pretty big in the water.
So there's really no liability that you guys know of? Or?
Could be if a boater hits it or a skier hit it.
It's no different than our docks that we have there right now, and so I think it's an obstacle that's in the water, but I think we don't see it as a big issue. I think it's part of our treatment program we want to implement, and then we've also engaged the IID on some other ideas as well. But.
So last time we brought this up, one of the farmers there nearby was going to put fresh water in the lake. That was Larry Cox or whatever. Is that worked or hasn't worked, or what's?
It has worked.
Okay.
It's worked well, and we continue to do that when we can. But it's a coordination effort with him and his growing season and how he plants and when he has to use his lateral to discharge. So it has worked, and going down a little bit of a rabbit hole with our interaction with the Imperial Irrigation District, we've had some positive interactions with them lately. We put together 5 different alternatives on some improvements that we'd like to see. We may be bringing that back to the board more than likely. We put some high-level costs together that would involve repiping, new piping, and different discharge. The long-term viability for the lake is going to require that, but this will help us monitor. And I don't know if Dave mentioned, there's real-time information that's uploaded. It monitors 5 different aspects that helps us with turbidity and things of that nature. There's an ongoing cost, so it's $72,500. I think it's a $10,000 a year cost after that, because there's a continued tweaking of the ultrasonic frequency. So it's a monitoring effort on the back end that they do. So this is we have a back end function on this with real people behind it that are always monitoring the lake. So we think it's a good solution for where we're at right now.
Thank you. Supervisor Hawk, any more questions? Supervisor Ryan Kelley?
So I thank you for bringing this forward. And so environmental health, public works, Mr. Dale found the application, and it's part of what we, I guess, classified as a midterm improvement for the lake. There are many other things, as Mr. Gay mentioned, but this could directly have an impact on the algae bloom and the continuous monitoring of the water quality. So the one piece I'm missing from this is the boat. It's going to be able to get somebody out there or even be able to help you get it in place.
So that has been requested, and it's something that we are looking at, and we will need to be able to have an ability to get out there with staff. So I don't think it's the first time that this county has had a boat in the past, and so our Parks Department is looking at that right now. That'll be something we look at to potentially bring back.
Could we work with it for the time being with the sheriff's office to borrow their boat?
We can. We need to. So we don't have we'll get an idea in terms of how quickly it's going to be able to be delivered and come down. There might be some time. We'd like to see it in place as quickly as possible. Most certainly when it starts getting warmer in the spring, we'd like to try to see that. But we need to find out from a standpoint of how quickly they can deliver, if they have something on the shelf that they can bring down.
You gonna anchor it with a clean engine block?
Well, it'll have to be anchored in some fashion, right? So
That's
it's
how
a
they
buoy.
anchor buoys.
It's a buoy,
Yeah.
and so it'll be or cement block or something. So, yeah.
Okay. Any public comment on this item?
I have one comment. You know, the way to keep a body of water clean and safe and fresh is water in and water out, a continuous circulation of water. Too bad we can't come up with an idea that water can continue to be put in Weast Lake, and the water exiting Weast Lake could be used by local farmers for irrigation. And that's a way to actually and permanently keep it clean and fresh and flowing.
Yeah, and that's what our Public Works Director sort of alluded to. That's what we're looking at options for. Yeah, exact thing. Very good idea.
Okay. If there are no additional questions, we have a motion by Supervisor Ryan Kelley, a second by Supervisor Jesus.
Can we have public comment?
I don't believe.
He's gone?
Is this comment still active?
Yeah, he's sitting over there.
Is this public
Loading.
comment still active request?
No.
I did verbally ask. So we have motion by Supervisor Ryan Kelley, second by Jesus Escobar. Please vote.
But Dale, you'll still be working on the other options for long-term, yeah.
Item passes 5-0. I am getting signs from the bullpen that we can go back to number 16. There's an amount of verification of the information that you requested on the potential appointees for the Imperial Valley Healthcare District Board. We will be presenting this information, and what is it that we have, and who will be presenting this information?
We just verified that for the other address that was provided in the, recognized as a community of Imperial, Sealy, and Ocotillo, it's within the Imperial Unified School District, which I believe we utilize school districts for the other applicants as well that had some questionable addresses.
Is there anything in the legislature that excludes us from appointing that particular area?
I believe the text of the legislation itself, you showed it to me earlier, it says from an unincorporated area of Sealy or Ocotillo.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was Ryan or Mike that mentioned, or apologize, Supervisor Ryan Kelley, Supervisor Michael Kelley, of actually plotting the address on a map. One of you guys said that, I'm not sure. That would probably be very clear if it's a fear of influence or not.
It's probably closer to Sealy than it is to Imperial, Huff Road.
So we have the school district map, showed, I don't know if you wanna show this out, but the blue line on that map shows the school district's, boundaries. But it does show the proximity to the community of Sealy in terms of where the address is. The address is pinpointed, as you can see on there, where it is, and I believe it's neighboring the Naval Air Facility.
It's closer to Sealy than it is Imperial.
This is the district. There she is.
District of?
That's Sealy, I believe. Is that, the blue part is Sealy?
The blue line, the dash line, I believe it in there, is the Imperial Unified School District boundary, right? Or Sealy? Is it Sealy?
So
My bad.
Sealy is indicated kind of a purplish color.
Yes.
Down below.
Yes.
That's Sealy School District. The brown color where this address is located is within Imperial School District. So physically, it is closer to Sealy than in the township, or the town site, Sealy, than it is to Imperial.
Exactly.
But the way the school boundaries run is what we're looking at.
So she's not in the Sealy
Right,
area?
but
Yes.
it says nothing about a school district
What do you mean
or a
she's not?
designation in the bill.
Correct, that was just,
Sealy
I,
School
just provided that information that that was the school district within.
It's in the district of District 3.
Correct.
And Imperial's over here.
Correct. I also looked at Sealy Water District, kind of those,
Well, what is
because
this?
Sealy is not a city, so we couldn't use the city boundaries, so we used the water district and the school district. Since verification.
Oh, that's not.
But that is the address, the original address that was given to me was the Calexico address.
So this
So we,
is Sealy,
yes,
and Imperial's over here.
that was what was given to me originally, before today.
Yeah, that's a weird one. Where'd that address come from, Calexico?
So,
It's for
from,
business.
That's for business.
Ah,
go ahead.
I'm not sure.
Can you turn on the microphone?
And I think you had brought up earlier, Supervisor Plancarte, in terms of the history on the ECRMC board, and I'm not sure if she's currently considered to be employed or just a contractor with El Centro Regional Medical Center, which I believe was another item that was reviewed during the screening process because of the legislation and the spirit of the legislation to make sure to not include someone that is, has a history with ECRMC.
So just for Kurt, from the legislation, it only made that mention from the appointment from the city of El
Understood,
Centro.
which we said that
Correct.
earlier, but we're just talking about the spirit of the bill.
Correct.
Based on the information provided, I feel comfortable unless there is a legal issue that our county council may comment on. I feel very comfortable in my motion that was previously made.
Okay, so we have a motion, do we have a second?
That wasn't mine.
I
Oh,
think
it was mine, I
Supervisor
apologize.
Yep.
Ryan Kelley seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to appoint Dr. Mervat Kalata to the Imperial Valley Healthcare District. If there is no further discussion from this valley or from this body, please vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item passes 5-0. Going on to agenda item number 18, discussion action regarding resolution ratifying proclamation of the local emergency by the Director of Emergency Services. And as I look up, there he is. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Board of Supervisors. Yeah, I'm here before you today asking you to ratify a proclamation made in response to the January 22nd, 2024 rain event. However, before I go into that, I do want to take this opportunity to provide a brief update on the two previous storms. So Tropical Storm Hillary, we proclaimed, and it is at the presidential declaration level. And we have had meetings with the Office of Emergency Services for the state of California and with FEMA. Speaking of Cal OES, we do have a representative here today in support and to make sure I do this the right way. Jose Contreras, who you have seen previously. In regards to the September 1st storm that we had that impacted Nyland, We proclaimed local emergency, and we have been meeting with the State Office of Emergency Services to go over, in both of those storms, we are looking at damage assessment still and trying to firm up the numbers of the loss that we experienced with property. The property is infrastructure, roadways, utility, those types of things is what they are discussing with us. With that, moving on to this latest storm of January 22nd, we were forecasted to receive up to a half-inch of rain. It started raining as expected, and then it just kept raining and kept raining and kept raining. And my deputy chief, came in the office and said, this is a lot of rain. And so, yeah, we ended up getting over a half-inch up to almost 1 1/4 inches in parts of the county. And in working with Public Works, they located a number of roadways that suffered damage. The cities of Calexico and El Centro both proclaimed the day after the storm. I issued a proclamation on the 30th of January in support of Calexico and El Centro, and in response to my consultations with Public Works with the damage that we had experienced to our roadways in the unincorporated areas. The proclamation from the 30th requires board ratification within 7 days. This is day 7. So I humbly ask for your approval and ratification of the proclamation made on January 30th.
Thank you, Chief. Bring it back to questions or comments from this board. Supervisor Ryan Kelley.
Sorry. Mr. Gay, if you could get ready too. Chief Lancer, the September 1st storm, I'm not sure if you've gotten any of the information from the Ag Commissioner that was collected on the personal property damage that occurred on north and south of Niland, California, or out Milpitas Wash, Walters Camp, Mitchell's Camp. So there were 2 meetings where that information was starting to be gathered, and then a spreadsheet was created to roll up all their losses that they've got. And then it's September 1st, and I saw that the governor has already signed off on a state emergency for San Diego from the 22nd water. And we're still waiting on OES and the governor's office for September 1st. It also hit Riverside County significantly. So can you give us any update on where that stands on September 1st?
Not to put them on the spot, I don't know if our CalUS rep has anything new from their end. It was one of those microburst storms, and so the geographical area was very limited, though the impact was severe in the areas where it occurred. So I don't know what the thinking is at the governor's office level on where they're at with pulling the trigger on a governor proclamation. But that might be one of the reasons why there's this delay, because it was a microburst and perhaps the geographical area was much smaller. But again, it was severe where it struck. But we have heard no updates as far as where the governor's office is at on their end of proclaiming.
Yeah, and then for the county of Imperial, and that's why I asked Mr. Gay, the amount that we expended just with Public Works to be able to clear out roads and open highway.
Around 2.5 million, just for Niland and Salton City area, and that was for I think combined between maybe the 2 events, but it was
between Hillary and September 1st.
Believe so.
So yeah.
Actually, I'm just thinking in terms of how much we're paying our contractors. So we're paying Rove close to 2.7 million, I think, and Pyramid had another say 300,000. So I mean, the bifurcating between the 2 storms was a little bit of a challenge because of how they happened back to back. And so I'm working with CalOES. They want to know the damage for one storm and the damage for next. We literally had one day where we cleared everything in Salton City. We were done, and September 1st hit the next day, and it created the same damage.
Right.
We're seeing the same thing on this last storm event with some of the roads that we've repaired. They've had the same damage, the same damage profile.
Yeah.
But we're into the millions. I think we've already submitted our estimates to, through fire department to Cal OES, and we're starting that exchange right now with more detail that they need. And so that's gonna occur. But we had a significant amount of money we've expended, particularly to the North End community, because of the Nyland event.
So I don't want to delay it any longer because I can hear the rain on the roof at the moment. So I'm sure that there's more
We gotta get
happening
hearing.
at this moment.
Yeah.
But if Mr. Figueroa, if you could contact the Riverside County CEO, find out their status, and that maybe we could pool our interests together to bring attention to this. I know that Eastern Coachella Valley experienced the exact same devastation.
Thank you, Supervisor Kelley. Supervisor Escobar?
Along the same lines, and obviously the southern end of the county isn't as adversely affected, but our roads are beyond repair in certain areas. So pushing this state of emergency, I'm looking at funding dollars as were previously discussed. Specifically, I basically traveled 2 roads, north-south Bowker, north-south Barbara Worth, and then east-west McCabe, which I affectionately call Maccabee, and Heber. And some of the portions of the road are, I wouldn't call them immaculate, but in very good condition. And others are basically you're off-roading. So I'm sure there's other roads in northern, eastern, and western parts of Imperial County that are in a similar or even worse state. So I think it's important that we combine together and work to get any funding that we can for our roads. That's portion A. Portion B, and I believe Supervisor Kelley also mentioned this, is, and I apologize for my rough language here, but we're getting screwed every time that there's rainfall because the New River literally overflows. And if you look on the Mexican side, the Century Lane was closed for multiple hours because of the deluge that obviously brought about seepage in the New River on the Mexican side. And that is a huge issue. And as we continue work on trying to address this issue that has been a decades-old issue, if we can address that in our proclamation as well, as far as a health hazard, I think it'd be important for all of us in all of Imperial County. So I think it's a combination of addressing 2 of our major concerns, roads and public health. And if we can combine those, and I'm looking at Becky, even though she's looking the other way, to see how we can really kick some butt in this regard, I'd appreciate it. Or we would all appreciate it.
Okay.
You served that one, buddy.
I don't see any requests for public comment on this item, so with that at hand, we have a motion by Supervisor Escobar, a second by Supervisor Ryan Kelley. There's no additional discussion. Please vote. Item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
We now move on. There's no urgency items, no items pulled for discussion. 21, report, correspondence, and announcements. Any legislative reports? Do we have anything from CEO's office?
I have nothing else to report, sir.
County Council?
No, sir.
Additional departments, agencies? Being none, we will go ahead and reconvene to closed session. Thank you.
Okey dokey.
Thank you.
you.